Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. It is 2023. Hello, welcome. Sorry for the start is a little bit awkward for me. I was just trying to set up a new camera with varying success. The framing is, it looks the same as it did before, but now you can just see more good apartment behind me. Ran out of time to make it look nicer. Hello, good morning. Welcome. I'm just gonna jump into my harder to see screen. Hello. It's a new year. All right. Lots of interesting chat about previous locations. Welcome everybody to Feedback Friday. Am I live? Can you hear me all right? Like the new camera has like different audio probably, so good morning. Hello Clay, Linare, Diamond, Near, Jonathan, Newart, Luke. Hey. Steven, hello. Can hear me. Excellent. So today on my docket I have, I've been beginning some work on a cool kind of like area, but I can't say anything about that. It's kind of like just begun development, so I'm gonna leave it at that because like we're kind of just getting that ball rolling, and although we're in a good spot with all of it, I don't want to like kind of be like check out all these cool details that we're still hammering down. But yeah, so this year I think is going to be really good for MouseHunt. We're going to be definitely kind of like putting a nice kind of focus on really trying to like getting some cool content with kind of like a little more kind of, we're going to try and just kind of do like more steady content this year here, but I don't want to like make promises I can't keep, but that's the goal, and we have some pretty good plans around it, so I'm pretty excited about it. Can I take away the king's reward? No, I don't have control over that royal faculty. But yeah, I want that journal theme. I know. it would be pretty great. But yeah. So speaking of journal theme, because I can't really kind of dive into the new kind of permanent content we're looking at kind of ramping up on, I'm gonna do something a little more kind of open-ended. But I have an idea that I would like to work on with you. So one of the kind of like elements of us trying to like put good focus on more kind of like in-game content rather than like events and stuff that is always kind of like this interesting balance and struggle, is we're kind of like, we'll probably be looking at doing kind of like a very similar birthday. Even though we're all like, man, it's like the 15th birthday, we want to like, make it special, but like at the same time, we have all this like content that we just want to get to and like keep developing. And so instead of kind of like doing what we did for the Great Winter Hunt, where we like kind of rebuilt it, huge kind of like reconstruction, redesign, and tried to like keep it in kind of like a vein where people really liked these elements, but we're getting a little stale with others. We really tried to like rebuild it with kind of like all those cool ideas and just kind of make it something special new. I don't think we're going to have the capacity to do that for the birthday is the thing. So even though it's like, I would consider 15 years a milestone, but what I would like to do personally is make something that's a little, personal in that like the community gets to kind of like be a part of building it. And it's been a little while since we've done a journal theme together, so I was thinking we should build a journal theme together because I think they're pretty fun. Ah, Feedback Friday, Jacob Spoils Things edition. Yes, I'm good at that. Uh, Still waiting for the Whiskerwoods journal theme. I know. Gotta get like that gameplay going too. That'd be lovely. Spoilers, please. Yeah, no, I really did like. I think we did a good job with the Great Winter Hunt. You know, I don't think we made it perfect, right? You know, there's always kind of like ways to improve it, but I really like the kind of like new experience for it, and kind of like the layers and depth that was introduced with kind of, you know, the different kind of activities you could partake in, and how you could get all these different forms of balance in it. So it'll be good to see how we kind of like tune that up even better next year, now that we have kind of like a lot of kind of information on, you know, how it went, and getting feedback and stuff too. Which is partially what this is about. Although I think Dave kind of did the bulk of that work, and I think he'd be better at getting that info. Hello, Charlie. What a good cat. Except she's like such a brat. Aren't you? Aren't you? If there's like any just kind of like plastic in you know, cat range, she will try and run away with it and just like chomp on it and then like just attempt to swallow it. I don't know what she's trying to do. I've always caught her with it, and you know, I'm pretty vigilant about avoiding that, but she's a weirdo. Like if she comes into the bathroom, she'll just like chew on the like the plastic shower curtain. Something wrong with her. But yeah. Hello, everybody. Okay, so I've been rambling enough. I would like to work on a 15-year anniversary journal theme. I basically was like, hey, art team, what should I work on? Because I don't know if we feel comfortable like working on a new mouse for, you know, content that's still kind of like being kind of put together. So I was just like, wait, what about this? Or one of them suggested it maybe. But yeah, so I haven't run this by the other devs, but you know, it's happening. Sorry guys, I'm doing it. So let me actually like get a file up and running for this, because I did not get like fully prepared before, because I was literally like rewiring some cords on the back of my computer, trying to like make the camera actually extend properly, because like the camera I had before had like the perfect length of cord to set it up where I wanted it. This one's not, but I'm making it work right now, so see how this lasts. All right, kind of got it like rigged up awkwardly. All right, let's see. Journal themes. Is that the file I want to open? I have way too many template files for this journal theme. It's a bad sign when I have like, you know, like template file underscore old, template file in a, you know, PSD, in a clip, in a underscore A, underscore wide. It just goes on. It's very, very unorganized. But another like cool thing is the art team's been working on kind of like, because one of the things we've been doing with our process for all the years basically is each artist has their own kind of like process files and stuff on their personal, well, not personal computer, but like on that computer, and then like kind of uploading it to their own kind of cloud server as backup, and so that people can access it. And we've been beginning the process of actually like moving everything into a kind of shared drive for the art team itself. So that'll be nice when we've managed to kind of migrate over to that, as well. Like the other devs can kind of like go in and like be able to find stuff because it's like organized and not just like chaos. Because I think you could probably imagine that like 15 years ago, Jacob had no concept of like good file structure and organization, and just kind of like changed it constantly over the years. So it's going to be a time for me to like migrate that over. Because like part of the process that I want to do, and I've been the one kind of like one of the people trying to enforce this, is one of the things that happens when I create work for MouseHunt is I'll like create a new file, and it'll be the beginning of the name of the file is to do with the release that it's for. This wasn't even part of the process like a few years ago. It used to be like mouse underscore name, and just like thrown into the entire folder of all of the mice, and it was just way too many things in one folder. So basically, I would more recently even kind of like be like, okay, Lunar New Year is like this release, so it'd be like LNY at the front of the file name, and then it would be just kind of like like costumed character, or that one's not a great example because I kind of already knew the name of the character, but I would make up like tier 0 physical mouse generic, like come up with like clearly that's not the real name of the character. And so many files that exist in my structure is just like those names do not relate at all. Or I come up with like a name we'll come up with on stream and be like, yeah, we'll call it the silly sandworm. I don't know. And we'll kind of like figure that out together, and then I'll name the file that, and I'll upload it with that kind of name. And in the actual kind of game itself, it'll kind of get named by one of the developers who does like the writing of the kind of description and stuff, and that'll change it. And so if you're like looking through folders trying to find this character and you know its name because that's what it's called, but you look for the files, you will not find them. So part of what the process is trying to actually rename files to match what the actual name is. And you can imagine then, yeah, 15 years of files like that is going to take some time. So that's where I'm at with that. Slow and steady is the process here, though. So okay, so here we have, it's only 13 minutes in, you guys. I'm so like on the ball for like getting drawing, right? Normally it can take like half an hour for me to, I don't know why people put up with this. How have people been watching this for like the years that it's existed, I wonder. I appreciate Dave and how he actually like structures and like even almost has like a script for his stream. All right, just gonna rearrange things a smidge. Okay, so what do we want to do for the 15-year anniversary journal theme is the question. Also, I've been terrible at looking at chat, I'm sorry. All right. Pretty much a podcast. Yeah. No, actually, I've always enjoyed when people let me know that like they'll actually just like put me on in the background and they're not even watching. They'll just listen to me ramble. That's good. I'm fine with that. And then like looking over every once in a while to see how the art progresses. Honestly, that's probably what I prefer. Although I really enjoy when people are also interacting in chat engaged. But yeah, honestly, like I would not understand if someone could just like sit and just like watch it the whole time. Then again, I do exactly the same with other creators. Like I've for a while been super into just like watching people making things like blacksmithing and stuff, and just the whole process. Go for it. They don't even need to ramble, and when they do, I like it. Yeah. Will this year be anniversary related? Do we need to wait for 20 years? The thing is like unfortunately we didn't have kind of like um, a really good kind of game plan on how to make the actual in-game event super ultra special for this. Like, I'm sure if we sat down, we really could have figured it out. But like, it would have eaten into kind of like us kind of like reworking the Great Winter Hunt, which we ended up having some cool ideas around, obviously. And also like we're really trying to move ahead on like we've begun the new content and we have goals for more, and like it's going to require us to just kind of like go and like at the current date it's hard to actually be like we can't at this point be like let's redesign the birthday. You know, it's not happening. That's not how it works. It takes a long time, actually, a lot of effort. So unfortunately, in-game event, like mechanically, we're not going to see anything that's like wildly like wow 15 years. But I would like, if possible, where possible, to like make maybe the rewards and kind of like some of the details at least kind of commemorate that. And so this right here is a part of that. Is I want to make, because like a journal theme is wonderfully collectible depending on how it's done, but also it's something that you can display and put out there as kind of like part of your profile and character identity in game. So this is one that I want it to be about it being the 15 year. And so it might be, I don't know how it will work, and I can't like I literally have not run this by the other devs, just the art team, and they're like, yeah, go for it. You know, like it might be a journal theme that only comes out for this event is the thing. So because yeah, I don't know. Have we ever done? I don't think we've done like a limited edition journal theme. Like I think that we've definitely put out journal themes for an event and they've just not returned. But yeah, so that's kind of like where this is at. Sorry, any other devs that are watching, if this is like, what are you doing? I'm doing the Jacob thing. But yeah, okay, so. Yeah, so yeah, nothing crazy for the event, unfortunately, because you know I would love it, but like I would love to like remake every single event all the time. And yes, the 15-year anniversary is probably a good excuse to do that. But yeah, we just kind of didn't have a good enough idea, and we had other things that were like, this is good though, so we want to do what's good, what's fun, what's gonna like really be good and enjoyable for the community. And yeah, so that's that. But yeah, I'll try and make cool things that are in the event, hopefully. We'll see. This is one of them. We'll see how this goes. But at least I get to blame you guys if it goes wrong. If it's no good, I'll just be like, it's all your fault. Thanks, though. Thanks for hanging out and being a part of this. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, I hear you with that. As a visual development artist and an illustrator, watching art channels is 95% of my time on YouTube. 100% that. Yeah. Yeah, like I will just kind of like always have something on because I don't know, like it's part like as an illustrator, you have this wonderful benefit of being able to just like have that part of your brain occupied, and it doesn't impede your kind of ability to create visually. Whereas like when I do coding, no way. Like I can't have anyone kind of like talking. Like music is okay if it's like just kind of about the melodies and stuff, and not like vocals. But I've never really paid attention to vocals and music, so it's fine. But yeah, yeah. When it comes to like drawing, then yeah, thankfully, podcasts and like audiobooks and all kinds of stuff like that is totally good. So that's nice. All right, so I don't know what I'm going for here. I'm just gonna like start putting kind of shapes down, see what looks neat. What kind of like theme makes sense for this? Like, do we want to go royal and regal, or birthday cakes and balloons? Like, I feel like we've done that a lot, and I want to make this something MouseHunt, like that is like what would be, representative of like 15 years of what this is. That's that's why I'm also like I want to do this on stream, because I don't know what the answer should be. Yeah, showcases the past years, right? How to do that? Kite flyer. Yeah, there you go. Just slap the kite flyer mouse on it. Put like a bunch of like stale cheese and like fail to catch and like shattered ultimate charms. What else could we do? Yeah. Oh my goodness. An element of each birthday theme so far. Cupcakes, time stuff, factory. There's a lot. That would be a challenge, but interesting. I don't think we need to commemorate the horn. We see it every 15 minutes. Oh man. Okay. The anniversary is crystal. That might add some. Okay, so the best part is we have like this internal joke, because this is something that we've realized that's ridiculous about how we've kind of like designed MouseHunt, is whenever we're like, how do we like introduce this concept of like this cool magical thing, or like this resource, or like something, like the default answer has always been make it a crystal, and like an ancient crystal. Wizard did it, like those kinds of things. But like literally, whenever we like have these kinds of like discussions, inevitably someone will like, now it's just become like a meme inside, but like just be like, oh, make it an ancient crystal. But yeah, like honestly, I kind of want to do that. Honestly, if there's an option, I will turn it into a crystal. It's the thing. I will do that, and it's fun. I like rendering crystals, and I think that like in a kind of like fantasy universe, crystals are cool, and like they represent a lot that like is that fantasy of like power and like, you know, harmony and like chaos and all the things it could possibly be. Whereas like, I don't know, there isn't like another object other than like maybe an orb, but like we got a lot of orbs too, charms. But yeah, crystals. It's got, okay, crystals. I love that. We're doing crystals. Wizards, crystals, ancient crystal. Oh, you guys are like really pulling those strings, and I'm very like, yeah, let's go, let's go there. Let's go full like, yes, this is what MouseHunt really is. It's all crystals and like weird, yeah, minerals and metals, and like here's the thing, like if I were to just like render out material that is what MouseHunt is, to me it'd be like this brass kind of like metallic kind of detailed stuff just over crystals and just magic beaming out of it. Like that is the source. Like all the stuff on the mice, you know, like these kind of like, you know, technical components. They're like these really kind of, just like brass and scrawled and like purposefully detailed, with like socketed gems that glow, like that is just, I will put that anywhere. So yeah, we are going full mouse hunt. Like, this is how it works in my, okay. It's not going to look like a birthday thing, and I'm down with that. Like, that's not what this is about for me. This is about like what is the soul of like how I imagine the just technology, I guess, the technology and the science and the magic of this world. Like, I want to make a journal theme that is that. So it's gonna be asymmetrical, because that's also kind of weirdly a thing about it. It's going to be mostly symmetrical with like a little bit of asymmetry. It's going to be, okay. This is so, like, I did not expect to go here, but like I'm excited to. This is super not going to look birthday, but you know what? That's all I got. It's resonating like a crystal might. Crystal magic. Yeah, exactly. It's not a birthday theme, it's a 15-year celebration. Thank you. You are right. Okay. So it's gotta have, like, okay. There's gonna be the bottom of this is gonna look really cool, I think. Like, there's gonna be so much potential for, like, what I want to do first is like figure out the silhouette of this. I want more room for crystals. So right now I'm just kind of like defining the shape. And I think that, like, maybe this may be like the shield or the like plating of the shield kind of make any sense here. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna be like very in my head about this, I think, because it's, if I'm tapping into like what is the source of like this kind of like idea of what this should be. What is that? It's going to be an interesting stream. I hope this works. I really do. All right. So, sorry if I end up kind of like not paying attention to chat. I might get caught up in it. All right. So I want like. So I really want there to be like some scroll work metal, kind of like binding things together. But then there's going to be like crystal lattice through things. I do want it to say 15-year somehow, somewhere. So we'll see how to do that. Okay, so. And this is, I have a feeling that this is either really going to work or it's really going to be like, it doesn't. So we'll see. We shall see. So should the hunter's journal text itself be the crystalline core? I think that could be cool. And like, I like the idea of this being kind of running underneath everything. So like, there might be like kind of vent almost kind of plates where you see that same crystal kind of running underneath it. Yeah. 15. There, yeah, I think that's it. Just like in the center here, just a 15 etched in, just subtly enough. But like, that's all it needs. I don't think we need to like 15 here, just a 15 is good. And like, it could even be, like, you know, like more kind of cryptically 15. Not that Roman numerals is cryptic by any means, but like it's not as kind of blatantly 1 5. It feels a little more kind of like, yeah, that's how that universe would state a value in a kind of more arcane style. So I think that does enough for me, maybe, to be like, yep, there we go, 15. So that's cool. Okay. Um, all right. Let's see. Yeah, I like that all of, like, I know I was kind of reading the chat, so I got the idea from you all, but yeah, it seemed like the concept of kind of like writing it in that fashion was good. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Um, it does look like two eyes. Mm-hmm. All right. I think it's either gonna like really come together or it's gonna be like a fight to come together. You know, I have a feeling it's gonna be one of those streams. It could be fun though. Like, I like a certain level of detail and like really kind of just getting into the finer kind of little crevices and just kind of edges, textures, all that. I think this is probably going to be able to work in that space, so I like that. Okay, so I want a little more asymmetry here. And I don't want it to be like, how do I want it? the silhouette to be a part of it. So I want it to be like really, okay, I want it to feel like really magical looking. I want it to feel really technological looking, and I want it to feel really like natural looking. Like all those dynamics to the extreme, I guess. Just keep going, I guess. Just keep going, see what happens. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna have to roll with it, I think. Just see what it does. It's maybe part of the beauty of it, is that I don't know what it's supposed to be, but maybe that's all the more how to make it honoring MouseHunt. Not that. Like a gear instead, I think. A crystalline gear? Ooh, have we done that before? Don't know. We probably have. I've tried to do crystals for everything, and cogs and gears are kind of like a big thing too. Yeah. Oh, there are more crystals. There could have been a lot more crystals, but we've like stopped ourselves being like, wait, we're doing the ancient crystals thing, aren't we? Everything's ancient and crystals. Kind of want this to be like rock. Maybe there's like some crystals kind of just kind of growing, starting to form kind of on the surface of that rock there, and something. Gotta have a glowing orb or two. Gotta have a glowing orb. Yeah, okay, so I want it to be literally ancient crystals somehow. So I gotta get more, a little more ancient feeling. It's important. 15 years is ancient, you guys. We've done it. Ancient crystals. All right. So, just kind of like growing out of all that top substrate. I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, like part of the ancient kind of technology stuff is like this kind of like runic look to it. It's kind of like other language that was lost, kind of scrawling in the surfaces of metals and stuff like that. Lost technology kind of idea. The runes. So I'm saying, gotta bring it back. All right, let's see. So something like that, I think, just kind of etched lightly, and maybe it's fading, will give it that, like, ancient look. Yeah. Like I'll like, okay, if I like continue the scrolling and just like fade it out, I think that'd be cool. And like it could be like tarnished and like scratched and just kind of like, yeah, I think a texture like that would look cool. So I'll just kind of like keep going with it. Let's get all squished. Should do another layer here that just kind of, here, have lines to go by. So it looks, you know, good and clean and like some kind of advanced civilization actually like made this, line things up, you know. Alright, drop that down. Okay, that's a little better maybe. Eat more cheese. Let's fix this to look a little bit more. I mean, I am doing this like on all one layer here. I could probably alright, well, that's fine. Yeah, this should probably like go all the way. Yeah, alright. Let's do that. This will look more runic, I think. If I like make it kind of more. I should have done this on a separate layer really, but we'll fade this out too. do you think? Analysis. What do you think? All right. I think that will do for that, because like I like there being this kind of like one side and dynamics, kind of like it's heavier here, lighter there. So I want there to be this kind of like old magic quality in like the bottom left. So we're gonna have these like crusty crystals kind of like glowing underneath of this. So it'll be like this kind of like rocky texture with like the glow coming from like under the plate here, something like that. And then like, yeah, like maybe a more kind of like polished technology elsewhere, something like that. That could be neat. Nice. All right. So for this kind of like big center kind of crystal, so what's interesting is like trying to have all that detail of like a cool looking crystal, but literally having text legible on top of that or in that. How do we do that? That's a bit of a challenge. And there to be like a nice balance of like, oh, look at all, you know, this detail and material, and just like there's just like a whole bunch of it just kind of clumped here. And it feel well balanced. That is an interesting. I think I want to actually make these smaller. Like I want to line that up better. Do these reach the top of that? I guess they can. I don't know if I like these like side gems actually. I think I'll just get rid of those right now. For now. Like maybe I think like the goal for me is to just all those kind of like weird, just kind of like ridiculous designs of just kind of like magic and technology and that kind of just like fantasy aesthetic that like almost wants to come out, and I like okay, here, have a little smidge of it here and there. I think I just want to go ham on this. Just go full tilt. Jam as much of that as possible into this. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully we'll like be able to kind of get it like resolved enough that I understand what I'm working on here on stream. It's possible we'll render the whole thing, but I also have a feeling that it's going to get like heavy detail and complicated. So it's entirely possible we won't get it all done on stream. Also, here's a great question. Am I recording time-lapse? Good. Yeah. Okay. Because one thing that I forgot to on my last stream was at the end of the actual stream to kind of like do that replay thing. Even though at the beginning of that stream I announced like, hey, if you're watching this as a VOD on YouTube, like jump to like the final 5 minutes if you don't want to just kind of listen to me ramble for 6 hours. And you'll get to see like the quick time lapse, and then I didn't do that, so oops, sorry. So yeah, this time. This time, hopefully, I'll remember to do that as the thing. All right, so one thing I can do is oh, there we go. Block that in so it's easier for me to see what's going on. Need a floating islands journal theme. Yeah, MouseHunt does have so many cool forest areas. I agree. Yeah, like it doesn't have enough nature. Like, so with the rocks and the crystals, like I could do at least like vines and kind of growth like that. I think that would be good actually. There is a lot of kind of natural growth, and it's almost magical in nature and in a lot of areas. So I'd say let's kind of like include that component at a minimum. Like I don't think a tree is gonna fit in this design, but like yeah, like vines and roots and like a leaf or something like that, or a flower, or a small enough element like a tree itself is a bit too big of an object to kind of like incorporate how I would imagine it can. Yeah, roots, water, all kinds of like themes. Too many. Too many. We've explored a lot of different ideas, and I know that there's no way I'm going to come close to like capturing an essence of all of them. So I am at the whim of just kind of like what comes up and what I can manage to include. And yeah, I want to go heavy with the crystals just because I think that's the joke for what I want this to represent. But yeah, I would like to try to capture pretty much everything. But yeah, that's not really a thing that can be done. It's like entire alternate dimensions and time and dragons and wizards and robots. Power types. Just Western, like, you know, just too many elements. Yeah, droids contain the essence of MouseHunt. I agree. Yeah. No, I'm like, they are very much the embodiment of kind of like what that universe has answered with, you know? With all this kind of magical potential, all this history, and just kind of like crazy stuff in that kind of like universe. Robots. Lots of robots. That's being a solution. And like a part of what shaped things. So, yeah. The droids are a big part. And also just the whimsy of how something that's like, whoa, droids? What? Like, robots? But they're like, at least the way some of the droids are represented, it's like, no, they're actually characters and more than just kind of like robots. Now I want to make this one seem kind of like droid eye. But I don't want it to feel like it's watching you, but like, can I include a droid in here in a way? Is this how to do that? I don't think this is, but yeah, I don't think that that's what I want that to be, is like the droid eye. I want it to be, you know, like a glowing crystal kind of thing is good. But like having those rivets and like the kind of tube arms and stuff, like that's something that could maybe be shown here, or even just like the robot clampers, just the pincher hands, kind of. Those are fun. All right. I think one of the things that could kind of like incorporate the kind of like the Western kind of elements, if we want, is to kind of like use some of the metal detailing. I don't know if this will fit, to kind of like do that like scroll work kind of stuff. Know what I'm talking about? Where it like there's these kind of like just spirals that come off of things, like etched metal. I don't know. Maybe that, maybe not. Might not fit, but know. I guess this journal theme is kind of like, is it supposed to represent just like what MouseHunt is made of over 15 years? If so, I'm gonna have to put a lot of details into this. Chrome details, yeah. An ancient droid, ooh. That could be really cool. Like, what is this? Mm-hmm. Ancient gauntlet, got it. Well, we got an ancient droid now. Oh man. Need to add the rainbow pot of gold just out of reach. Uh, how about the shelter and the Black Widow, and what else can we throw in here? Man. This is gonna be a mess, you guys. It's gonna be wild. Okay. I need to like zoom out mentally and like look at what this silhouette will become. Now, for the most part, anyone's ever going to just see kind of like either the top or the bottom, because when it's in action, it's got the whole journal, right? So you're not really looking at it kind of as like kind of a top and bottom immediately against each other. You kind of like will look down and you'll just see the bottom. When you load it up, you just see the top. So I want to make sure there is some kind of level of like unity between the two of them, but it's more important that each will stand alone effectively and look good. I think layering stuff will be cool. Like if there is kind of like, okay, this is the very front layer, and then there's kind of like another detail layer below that, but then another one below that. Look pretty neat. To just have all these kind of this depth to it. And like the nice thing about kind of like creating this differentiation of layers is I'll be able to kind of like apply different textures and materials to each of those layers, and even though they might be kind of like appearing and disappearing behind each other, like there should be enough cohesion that it makes sense that they're all kind of like in the same space. It's just like, oh, this is behind everything, that's layered on top, and then that's on top. And I think that's maybe the way that I can get away with kind of just like slapping a ridiculous amount of just kind of like unconnected qualities together. It's just kind of excusing them as their own independent layers that kind of vaguely interact. But I like the idea there's kind of like a little heavier on the like nature side here, a little heavier on the crystal, a little heavier on the technology. That kind of idea I think will be beneficial for making this a little easier to read. So I think there's going to need to be a certain quality of like legibility that's going to take some experimentation, I think, to get to. But ultimately, I think that's going to be incredibly important for it, is especially the more different things I want to try and stack into it. It just needs to be even cleaner and more legible for it to work. Okay, so that root can't interact with that little kind of robot hand exactly where it lined up. It was just a little too perfectly hitting that same spot. So I think having kind of like a plate come up and over on this side would be like really weird and interesting. Basically, I'm just like, oh, this would kind of look funky and strange. And that's where my brain is going to jump to, because I feel like if I really want to capture that MouseHunt feeling, I really just got to go with the flow and just be like, that's ridiculous. Perfect, then. What is the most unintuitive, strange, and just kind of like weird way to compile all these elements together? Yeah, that's exactly what MouseHunt is. Okay, perfect. Nonsense. But somehow it works. I probably don't want to make it too asymmetrical. Get a little Larry mustache in here, of course. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I want to get that like thriving nature quality happening here. In a way, the crystals are that, but yeah, like plants and growth is kind of okay. What if this like panel feels like it's slid open and there is just like a plant kind of growing out of it? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. All right. So if this is kind of like the same shape here, Yeah, we got a lot of glowing plants and stuff, right? So like, come on, where are those? So true. Very important element. Yeah, exactly. Like living garden kind of stuff. I agree. And I wish that like I could have elements spilling over top of the actual journal entries. That would look so cool to just have like vines reaching down and looping over. But yeah, that's just not how that works. But yeah. I don't want it to feel like it's like octopus, like just kind of bursting out of here. I want it to kind of more so just feel like it's growing out in a nice kind of elegant way. But we'll see how that turns out. Okay, I think I'm happy with kind of like the idea of I'll get plants going there. I'm not happy with how it looks yet, but I think that is the angle I want for that. I almost feel like I want to have just like a water element somewhere too. Just like what if there was just kind of like, it's not the best spot. Ooh, maybe this is actually, this could look kind of cool. This is like a water tank right here. Kind of makes sense that it would be below the plants. And I almost just need to like throw clouds in somewhere, like rift clouds, kind of. Yeah. Alien area, eh? I will say nothing. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's see. How chaotic are we getting? Pretty darn chaotic. Is there any kind of like it's extremely asymmetrical now, which is more than heavily enough. Um, mm-hmm. Still one iceberg expansion to the north. Texide needs more crystals. Mm-hmm. I guess the Texide is becoming the top left now, isn't it? Kind of impressed with people remembering fish hunts. Mm-hmm. I will say nothing. I'm going to try and level that out just a smidge. The funny thing is that was not like an intended reference, but it kind of just like turned out to be one, you know? Yeah. I've been very tempted to play it up more than I have. Yeah, Puzzle Trap was neat, but yeah, it just kind of, we didn't have anyone kind of dedicated to it to take it further. It just kind of didn't really land in a way that made sense to kind of like put more into it, unfortunately. But yeah, you'll have to raise that with him. I'm not kind of able to kind of give any weight to it. But it was neat. I agree. Oh, you caught me. Yeah, so I think we've kind of like talked about this before, but currently the sole focus of kind of like where we're putting all of our resources and energy is directly into MouseHunt itself. And by kind of like this is something that we only just kind of recently started doing over the past kind of year and a bit, or just a year. Was like really kind of like we were kind of like spreading ourselves pretty thin with a lot of different kind of projects and stuff like that, and that was not really kind of like what needed to be happening. So we've kind of like really kind of are focusing on directly on MouseHunt and just kind of like making that what we do and do well. And just kind of, so yeah, like those other kind of like little projects that you don't hear about aren't going anywhere right now. But for the benefit of kind of like, yeah, MouseHunt and like what we have going here and just kind of like making it better than it's ever been. So I think it's the right thing for sure. Because there's so much like potential that we know we have and we haven't reached with it, and like we want to do a lot more, and yeah, we weren't really, it was not possible, the trajectory we had going. And yeah, that was just really important to us. And so, we're much better able to focus on kind of actually going places that we've always wanted to for, like, honestly, like, over a decade. There's been kind of like all these kind of like things we've wanted to actually be able to kind of push for in MouseHunt and like really take in those directions, and it just did not have any chance the way things were going. So yeah, we're a lot more hopeful about that, and this year is going to be pretty awesome in terms of kind of like really kind of doing more of the stuff we really want to be focused on. Yeah, so I'm very, very excited about this year and looking forward to it. I hope you are all as well, because it'll be a good one. Yeah, can't wait for 25 years of MouseHunt. Bam. Me too. Another 15 years, Get to 30. It's gonna be great. How many projects can like claim that, Like I think it's incredible that we've been creating a universe for 15 years, and like there's still so much more we want to tell and show and try and fail at, Yeah, we're working on some big stuff. But still totally MouseHunt, it's not like we're like, yeah, we're gonna like reinvent it and it won't be anything you recognize at all. Like, it's not that. We know ways to just make it even better, and that's what we want it to become. That's what we want to focus on. So like a nice cool thing we've been able to kind of like scale into now is like actually kind of putting resources to work in places that we just couldn't, and like having kind of like devs working on like actual engine stuff, and like, yeah, again, I'm literally the wrong person to have this conversation, because I'm not like one of the programmers, and that's their space. But yeah, like a lot of exciting potential. Really, really, really. So. I'm sure Dave will be talking about it where it makes sense to talk about it, of course. So I won't go blabbing. Let's see. Okay, it's 12:37, so we're gonna go on our hour-long lunch break at 1. So we got 22 minutes before then, and I think we might actually be able to like start getting into like coloring things and beginning rendering after lunch. So like there's still a lot of details that are unresolved, and kind of maybe missing elements. So we can try to figure out what some of those might be right now. And that might mean we can start the render. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did do like some icy mice, but not like the most. But yeah, there's some. There's some. MouseHunt is as old as the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Can get a driver's permit and work in the U.S. Isn't that wild? That is wild. Crazy. It'd be quite interesting when MouseHunt is old enough to drink. I'm sure the party overseas will be quite interesting for that. Let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to get like rift clouds in here perhaps, or just some kind of clouds. Okay, so maybe they could just be like a mist kind of encroaching over this corner maybe? Maybe like it goes behind this arm, but it's like thick enough that it obscures stuff. That'll help kind of like pop this arm out in a nice way. Maybe? But yeah, I kind of want it to be like full on the like rift swirls going on, you know? Yeah, the rift mist tends to be like very thick, so I'm not sure if that'll work for this, but ooh, oh, it might. Castle is not currently represented anywhere. You're right. Interesting. Yeah, okay, so to catch anyone up right now, we're working on the 15-year just celebration of MouseHunt itself. And instead of doing like, here's a happy birthday journal theme, I was like, what if we just like went full tilt, just like totally nuts, just try and like just draw upon the material theming of like everything that is MouseHunt. Like what is MouseHunt's just kind of aesthetic in a way, and just like what represents it. And so we were talking about ancient crystals, because like that is like the most core. Like if you were to just kind of like be like, what would a MouseHunt thing be? Ancient crystals, and it's even a running joke in the company, and just kind of like, so yeah, we started there. It's like, yeah, all right, ancient crystals. We're gonna go for that somewhere, and just kind of make it about that, and then just like layering. Well, I like to put like all this metal detail on things that's like over the top, machinery stuff like that, and yeah, oh, we got to get like nature in there because we got like a lot of plant-based characters and idea like areas, and just basically everything just keeps getting added into this hodgepodge. And so yeah, I just think that that will become a celebration of what MouseHunt is basically just showing all kinds of elements. So yeah, we want to, okay, the castle. How can I get the castle? I'm thinking like, what if I actually just turn this into cobblestone to like represent. And literally it's just kind of like when an idea pops into my head, okay, I'm just going to slam that in somewhere. It's not necessarily going to be a comfortable fit, but I think that that's also a part of MouseHunt creation, is like taking a ridiculous concept and just slamming it in there and then figuring out how to make it work. At least that's my experience with creating in it. It's like, I don't know, we could have like a banner coming off of it or something, but like, it's like, I don't want to represent any one specific thing directly. Like, here's a reference of this exact thing. Like, I want it to be just kind of like the feeling of all of those things. If that makes any sense. Trying not to be like, oh look, it's the floating islands. Oh look, it's the sunken city, or yeah. See, my hope is that people will look at this and be like, oh, is that like this thing? And like draw their own kind of like conclusions as to like what it represents. And yeah, they'll probably be right. But like, more as like a generic kind of idea of those concepts instead of like one specific object or location that it's referencing. It's just kind of like the overall essence of that idea. I don't think that makes any sense at all, so sorry. But yeah. Looks a little more like, perhaps like that. Cool. Okay. Let's give this a flip just so that I'm seeing it kind of like to see just how unbalanced it feels. It could be worse. Could be worse. Yeah, I'm feeling like there's going to be so much going on. This might not happen entirely today, but we'll see. Could just magically come together all at once. But so far, it's actually going much better than I anticipated it would for what I'm trying to create here. It kind of makes me think of the like pinata party trap or whatever, where it was just like, let's just slam every single suggestion that comes our way into this one image and see what comes out of it. And it was good and chaotic and a big challenge. But yeah. Maybe we should do that for like a birthday trap as well, just for the sake of it, you know. Just show off how crazy the MouseHunt design is. Very strange universe. Although very inconsistent just scales of things. That's another very big MouseHunt thing now, is just, yeah. No, just, how big is it? Forget it. Don't think about it. It's just irrelevant. Irrelevant. Is that mouse the size of a building? And you're catching it with like that tiny trap of yours? Yeah. Yes. It's fine. They just really want your cheese, okay? No new birthday trap confirmed. No, not confirmed. But as I said, like, I want to try to just kind of like at least put in some special reward of some kind that is like, you know, it's a little bit kind of like, oh yeah, there was something there that kind of like was like, yep, 15 birthday, okay, cool. And right now that is this potentially. But we'll see. I don't want to like be like, oh yeah, we're gonna like make the coolest birthday trap, and like we actually, you know, we don't know what we'll end up kind of like actually putting in for that kind of element. But I do want something to feel collectible, commemorative, that kind of thing. Right now, that's what this is. So I'm hoping this will feel authentically special for MouseHunt. That is not easy to accomplish, you guys. Y'all, it's going to be interesting. Okay, 5 minutes. Anything that like just stands out as like, oh, we gotta like get this in real quick, or like, this is totally unresolved, or I don't like this, or whatever. I think this crystal is going to be really challenging, to be honest. It wouldn't be so bad if there wasn't text right over it. But yeah, that'll be... Do have a few crystal-y traps, this is true. There are a few. But are they ancient crystals? Probably, yeah, probably. Have we ever done any like super fresh crystals? Young, totally just youthful crystals. New crystals. Could put something in the water, I think, yeah. A droid might be fun. Kind of like... for the fun of it. Something like that. Freshly grown crystals. All right. Water crystals are just ice. Yep. All right. Well, it's interesting. It's a lot. The text is just not gonna, well, maybe with like magic glow. Like that's another thing that I'm not really, that's not really present here, but I think when it's coming together visually, like rendering, will actually like get that quality happening where there is just like this magic. Because that's a huge part of the MouseHunt kind of quality is, boy, there's magic in everything. Um, it glows, a lot of it glows. So that'll be cool to like really kind of integrate into this, and that might help kind of create this nice cohesion for it. One of the things that I think will be an interesting exercise for me is to take such a kind of smattering of weird, totally kind of like unintegrated elements and actually integrate those in a visually appealing way. So this will be a cool, fun challenge. But that's always what I'm up for. For whatever reason, I want to do the most difficult thing on stream. But hey, it's lunch, so I'm going to take a little breather because I think after this, whatever it is, I need to kind of like step back before I actually like tackle it again because it's wild. But it's cool. I think it's going to be fun. And I'll be back in a little less than an hour with a Larry link, I believe, and I'll have a timer up momentarily where you'll be able to see exactly when I'm returning. So you'll know, won't miss a thing. Yeah, I'm going to also put up the, I'm going to save this as well. That's always a good idea, you guys. Y'all. Yeah, I should probably save, huh? All right. Maybe I should make a new folder. No, where do I want to put this? What? Curious. Huh. Oh, okay. Weird. I like went into a folder where there's supposed to be several folders of current content or recent content that was generated and like created and put up and all that. And I went inside that folder and there was one thing in there. And that was very concerning to see because it would be like going into, an important hard drive folder about, what you do. And you know that you were recently moving files around and organizing stuff. But then it was just all gone. What if that was what you had just seen? And that's what I just saw. And then whatever reason I like left the folder, came back, same thing. Left the folder, came back, and then everything was there. Not exciting to witness, so that's what just happened in my brain there. All right, so let me name this birthday. 15-year journal theme. Yeah, no weird files just vanished or anything, but for whatever reason I just didn't want to display them. Anyways, I should be on lunch. I'm gonna move my camera over after I pull up this Hello. We are back. Oh, a whole 30 seconds early. Goodness, what am I doing? Alright, we are back from lunch. And we're just gonna get to it. Let me see. Don't have a little Larry link right now. Give me 1 minute. Just noticed there was some messages that I had not read. Alright, sorry about that. Oh, thank you. It's a fun shirt. Alright. So, where we left off, we basically have kind of like clobbered in a good amount of stuff. I'm sure that I will continue to just amass more chaos into this wherever possible. Leave no, like, millimeter of it untouched with just goodness. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, I think we can start to block in the colors at least. That would be good. Also, I have a Larry link now. Thank you, Dave. Just grab that up. Good, good, good. All right. Larry link in the chat. Enjoy. All right. So, yeah, I think at this point I've got enough blocked in to work off of, and I think that I can't really kind of like sketch more detail into it and like have it end up becoming cohesive without, you know, it actually being based off of kind of like the color structure and a bit of the rendering to make sure it's balanced. All right. Let's see. So, oh, right, didn't mean to have that. Snapping, that's the word I was trying to come up with. So I'm just trying to clean up that shape just a little here real quick. Just smooth out these kind of edges here. Just because if I do this now, it'll make it a little better later on instead of trying to get that working once I've kind of not that, reselect. Sorry, I got that like unfocused post-lunch brain going suddenly. You'll have to forgive me. Can I? Yeah, actually, if I do this, ellipse, and then I squish it more. I'm just trying to like get a little bit of a smoother curve that's actually balanced here. Oop, what happened? Reselect. Thank you. Ah, I see. I didn't actually have the tool selected when I was trying to adjust the size of the brush. There we go. Okay, so that's a little more balanced looking, maybe. A little smoother curve. All right, so now to block in this mayhem. But yeah, like, I think what will really help is if I kind of have some cohesive colors going through the whole thing. So I'm thinking that kind of like brassy color kind of like is going to kind of be the main grade and pull everything in from that, and having kind of like big open flatter kind of areas with those colors, especially like in the center, and then kind of a little more kind of like side details. That'll kind of help keep it balanced. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting challenge because it's just all over the place, but let's go for it. So let's just start with, I'm gonna grab like a really neutral kind of version of that color, and I'll knock the opacity down, and I'll even turn off the text there. Let's just start blocking this in so we can just kind of cut out the silhouette of it and see if that has any issues for the silhouette itself. And then we'll kind of like build up the layers on top of this. So, and you'll just have to forgive me. I'm probably just going to be like nonsense rambling for a bit, if not the rest of the day. Those of you familiar with the art streams will know that that's just what happens. And I always try to apologize for it, and people are just like, whatever, that's what I'm here for. Be that weird, rambly boy. Hello, Charlie. Come hang out. Come on. Now I can't see. I'm just trying to look over your big butt. You're sticking right in my face. Yeah? Come here. Get on my lap. See if I can do this. There we go. You want to say hi to the camera? Probably not. Good girl. Yeah, she wants to help. You know, it's funny, it's like, well, she'll wander on my desk and get on my lap generally, but like, she's a little extra excited to do that, and will almost always do it if I'm like talking in a meeting or something like that. So she's just extra kind of like, ooh, he's talking. I'm gonna get in front of him and get on camera. She's like super duper into just kind of like having her ears kind of scritched very much. And like, it's very cute. If I have like a warm mug, then she'll like rub her head against it. Like, she'll usually rub up against stuff. But if it's like a warm mug, she's extra like, oh, and just kind of like sticks on it for a little bit longer because it's nice and toasty. Yeah, it's cute. Like, she gets like really like pink ears when it's cold and stuff, and then she'll curl up. Yeah, just like a little lizard. Just wanting to like settle on a warm rock. Yeah, very cute. Yeah, torties. Okay, I gotta draw. Oh, she would be much easier to deal with if she'd let me clip her nails better, because she like, well, both Pika and Charlie, they both will like just snag on my clothing all the time. And I can clip their nails frequently, and it just always happens. And then they're like trying to get down, but they're like snagged, and I'm like, let me help you. Like, I'm just trying to like get your nail unstuck, and then they're like, what are you doing? Why are you grabbing my paw? And I'm suddenly more uncomfortable, and I want to jump down even more, even though I'm extra snagged now, and they just don't understand what's going on. Silly beasts. Alright, she is settled now. And surely she will like get comfortable enough to just kind of like lean her butt over beyond like the tipping point, and then just start to slide off my lap, and then wake up as she's falling and dig her claws into me to catch herself. Classic Charlie move. Always trying to fall asleep in ways that she'll fall off of surfaces. Cat hair up my nose now. Thanks. What a gift. Alright, so it might be not ideal to just kind of like fill the entirety in one color, just because when I like go over it and create different layers of stuff, it's not always ideal to kind of like use just one layer for the shape of it. See? Like fine hairs on a cat are just the worst when it's stuck to your face. Very, very good snuggles, and like I am very glad I'm not allergic to cats, because I like to just kind of nuzzle them like that, but that's what I get for doing that. Alright. Well, there is a trick I could employ where, like, even though I'm kind of using one layer to kind of find all the edges, even though there are different materials layering in different ways, what I'm probably going to try and do, and this is something that I should probably do whenever I run into this self-imposed issue, is to just kind of use a selection of that and slice it off to, like, keep those edges, but then separating them into new layers. I'll try to remember to do that when I run into it, inevitably, and we'll see what happens with that. Ooh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's so very much a cat. Just like when they get the paw stuck, they're like, no, I gotta pull harder in the direction that I want to, instead of actually just kind of like retracting the claw from embedding it, you know, the opposite direction. Nah, I know how it works. Not at all. Oh yeah. You're not even like a crazy fine-haired cat. How do you do this? Like, my parents have the softest cat in the universe. Like, you know how animals will have kind of like an outer coat and an inner coat, and the inner coat is like ultra soft, and like that's the insulation kind of fur. Like, this cat is made of nothing but the softest fur, that like down layer. But like doesn't shed as much, I guess, is the difference. Whereas Charlie is just gonna spray you with her fur. Alrighty. I think the crystals I'll just do on a different layer. I don't know why I'm like, yeah, just the crystals, I'll do that. But like, because obviously I'm going to need to do that all over the place. But hey, whatever. Maybe it's just because like I don't have an idea in my mind of kind of like, well, no, I think I do actually, of like the color kind of layout and stuff like that. But I think I actually do. Yeah. I think again, like the plant, there's just enough like thin overlapping. Yeah, it'll be easier if I just kind of wait on that. Honestly, now that I'm at this point, I'm just like, nah. I'm just gonna do different layers because ultimately I'll need to do that anyways. I don't know. This is a thing that I do often on stream where I'm like, should I just do the lazy way, even though I know it's wrong, and I'm talking about why it's wrong, and then I'll be like, I'm gonna try it, and then I suffer, and I say, I'll probably regret this decision, and then I do. So here we go. We're just moving forward, going to use separate layers because I know that's what I need. So the let's see. Should this go all the way across? Probably. It would make sense if it's like even. Sorry, I feel like the way that I have my my focus on my screen is probably not matching the center of the view in here. I'm gonna move this over. There we go. Kind of prevents me from wanting to like push it all the way over here because there's like a whole stuff that I don't use on this side, just kind of like pushing the center of attention, because normally I'd be like even more on the left, I'd be like drawing like this, but I want it to be in the center so you guys can all see it. Right. Okay, let's see. Because I've kind of already cut out the shape, I would prefer to not have to do it again. And so here's where I've been cursed by Charlie. Such a sweet and innocent cat. Alright. Grab that, and I'll just do a copy paste in place, and then erase that away, or hide that. Now I can just kind of better. Just erase that away. Cool. Go with that. Huh. All right. I'm actually going to use what's going on? Oh, wrong layer. There we go. All right. Just using snapping to kind of make this part symmetrical because I really want that to have a nice symmetry to it. Just kind of fill that back in real quick so that I can do this properly. Okay. Now, okay, I don't want the symmetry now. Yeah, some of the stuff in here I'm gonna need to kind of like figure out what is going on in this little section here, for example. Like I'm not sure what is gonna end up there, but we'll see. We'll see. I am going to fill this in real quick. Sure. Okay, so that's fine for now. I'll just block in this little piece here to this. So why not? And then let's do a layer below. And we'll go a bit cooler, a bit darker, and just kind of block in this more organic material here. By organic, I mean rock. What's more organic than rock? Yeah, more natural, kind of crumbly material, I guess. Okay. Yeah, actually, this could be up here. As well. Didn't even notice. All right. Let's just use this. There we go. All right. Now, come in with this. Make it a little more kind of organic. Happy 2023. Hope it's a good call over there. Cool. Okay. So that's actually kind of looking all right to me. So let's create the orb from them, yeah. AI company in London. Hopefully not like one of those AI art things. Alright. Yeah. A true artificial intelligence has called you? That's pretty cool. Always wanted to meet one. Yeah, no, I figured it was, yeah, data science kind of stuff. That makes sense. Very cool. All right. Yeah. I think I'll like build up some of this kind of texture here. I'll like have a bit of that peeking through because I want to create this like, so this is the front panel here and the bottom. And then like the stuff down here in the bottom left is this kind of like the main kind of base and structure that's built over top of, and stuff is going to be like growing on it and coming out of it, and then it'll be kind of like on the same plane as this kind of big tub, and so those will be kind of like basically on the same level here and interacting with each other in that sense, or it might overlap a bit. Yeah. Okay. The M400 has called you. Yeah, no, it's kind of, that's an interesting way to put it. It's, yeah, like kind of like a HUD, the HUD journal theme. I like it. It'd be kind of funny if like you could click on things and it would do stuff, but that's not happening. That is a level of effort we do not currently possess. I like it though, it's fun. Bing. Oh. Try that again. There we go. Yeah, a little smaller. Perfect. Okay, cool. So we do the same thing here. Yeah. What's going on? Oh, I see what's happening. It's like, why is it lopsided? It's because of this. There we go. Sweet. All right. So yeah, we want probably, so we're gonna have kind of like warms for the base. It's gonna be the kind of like the brassy kind of metal and probably like earthy colors throughout. So I think we'll kind of contrast that with like a nice kind of light blue cyan kind of crystal or gem here, because also a very classic MouseHunt kind of magical color, if you will, the kind of like cyans. It's a very, very big go-to when it comes to kind of like magical baubles for what I like to throw into the game. So do that. I want it to be more saturated though. There we go. Something more like that. Okay. Alright. So that's maybe a bit much for that currently. I think that actually a toned down crystal there will be better, and like glowy bits elsewhere. So I'm going to do a richer, deeper color, I think. So yeah, I'm not going to go with that right now. Let's actually go for like a purple for now. But then like a blurple. There we are. So maybe not exactly that, but something in that kind of realm could be nice, because we want it to have the XV carved in, or like glowing within, or something like that. Yeah, maybe. go with that for now. We'll come back. There's just so many other things that I'm going to have to bounce around to do. So let's see, are we happy with this color? It's kind of muddy. I think I need to see other things in it before I can be sure, like the plant matter growing and the crystals also growing out of the top. I think that will help. And then we'll have kind of like a cooler stonework on the bottom right. Maybe that extends up to the top right as well. That could look interesting. Yeah, I think it'll be full of lots of interesting and fun details. But yeah, the ancient crystal TM color scheme. Yes, you're precisely right. That is exactly what I want. So I'll have to figure out how to really capture that, but oh, this should be behind. Yeah, I don't actually need this layer, do I? Okay. Crystal on the top. The header needs a crystal. Let's go for kind of like a so one thing I need to be aware of is it's going to be like just standalone, kind of the top portion that a player will look at, right? Can't really hide the bottom very well. Oh, I know. Oop. Okay, so I want it to look good where you're just seeing the top portion, right? And then I also want it to look good where you're just seeing the bottom. And I think the bottom is going to be easier to pull off with that. There's more to play with and kind of like make it interesting and balanced all at the same time. For the top, it's got more requirements to it, like fitting that text in. And having kind of like a long kind of band of crystals look good could be a challenge. Like one thing I'm thinking of is those like candy sticks with the crystals grown on. The like sugar candy crystal stick. Perfect search algorithm. Like sugar candy crystal sticks is what I typed in. But yeah, it's just this kind of like long kind of band of just very crunchy, small, nubby crystals going across this whole thing. So that could work. I mean, if we start there, we can always like grow bigger facets and just kind of like change what the crystals look like, but it's a good starting place. So let's just go for that. Alright, so we're gonna have like overall mostly warm, and I think that this area could be good as kind of like a warmer color. So like maybe in the more orange realm. This is one of the parts that I think I'll have to experiment with the color to kind of like make it work well. Yeah, I don't think orange is the color I want, but I'll just block it in and then tweak. Oh, what is the 700 and 372 for? So that was literally back when I was first creating journal themes, and we actually had two different outputs. Like I actually painted two different versions. There was like the detail view header illustration and the kind of like page view header journal theme, sorry. And I would kind of like have to export those at very specific pixel sizes that didn't really align with the file dimensions of like just export it at 25%, then you're good. And so it's been a while since I've actually paid attention to those like numbers in there. So I don't even know why I still have them in the file, or even visible, because it's pointless. But, yeah, so that's all that was. It was just a reminder that like you need to export the width of these to those values so that they look correct. But I've since changed the template, and I guess I just never really thought to just get rid of that. Couldn't tell you why. Like I could have just put in an example of what a journal entry would look like in this space, and that's way more useful. But why bother doing that and making it relevant instead of just keeping old random stuff in here? Yeah, that's all that was. Just a old reminder of how to export, because there is not a very good cohesive kind of like system I had going for laying out how the like files should be built. Now most of the time when I'm like making an asset, I want it to be able to be, when it's exported at 25% of its kind of like actual size it's being rendered at, that's kind of like the good upload size. So work 4 times as big as you want it to be kind of idea. And that gets good results. It's enough that you can get in, get fine details, but not too much that you're just kind of like overdoing it and like working on details that are never going to be seen. I mean, I still manage to do that all the time, but at least it's kind of like a lot more reasonable on that front. It's not quite, no, not like 700 by 372. It's like one version's exported at 700 wide, the other one's exported at 372 wide. And it's just like those don't actually, it's, I think one of them might be like 50% is kind of like what you would do to get the 700, let's say. But then there is not a clean division, or to get the 372. So yeah, like I have since been generating files where it's like, okay, no, you could export it at like 25% or 50% or whatever, and it like works out, or maybe it's 10%, and some other percent. But like I tried to build it so that it's like actually they both can just be kind of reduced by a clean number, and it works. Just takes a little bit of math. Alrighty. So I'd say, not sure if I like the haircut this has. So the shape isn't really quite feeling cohesive. The color, not really sure that's where I want it to go. So we'll just kind of slide around, see if anything kind of looks better. But I think part of it's going to have to be a case where we come back. Actually, kind of like a golden, because there's a lot of gold as well. But like a golden crystal could look nice. Maybe. Hello, Eileen. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. Yeah, maybe just for now we'll keep it in this realm, because I think I want to have like the contrasting color be the pop for this whole thing, and I need it to, like, because there's just so much happening, it needs to have a level of cohesion. And that's, the purple did look neat. We might, yeah, maybe we do the tops more coolers and it's pretty intense. Like I would mute it down or I would adjust it or whatever, but yeah, many more mice as Eileen, absolutely. Another 15 years. I'm thinking, okay, the cyan kind of goes with parts of it. I actually think that right now is not the time for me to actually determine the color for this, is actually the real thing. I think that maybe I need to kind of like get everything else kind of placed in to know, especially the plant matter, which is going to have these greens and stuff. Double color. And, ooh, that's not a bad idea, having kind of like a gradient within. That could be cool. I like it. It adds more complication, so apparently that's what I want. But it could look really nice if there is kind of like this dual kind of gradient color going through the crystals. Like the root of the crystals is one color, and the like tips of it come out as a different. Frosted tip crystals. Only the coolest ancient crystals are frosted. Do we have much of like color grading in our crystals anywhere? I think that there's probably somewhere. But yeah, like also this shape doesn't feel very, like, these feel more crystal. Like, I'm gonna turn off the sketch and be like, all right, what looks crystal out of all this pile, right? Like these on the right. Sure, I'll give you that. This in the middle, not feeling it yet. So I'm gonna have to mess around with that silhouette a bit. And also, part of that might actually be just kind of cleaving out some of this middle space so that I'm not like trying to avoid erasing too low, so that I get weird kind of areas of this visible. But also I need to pay attention to what the text is going to end up doing here, because that's a whole heap of, I don't know how I'm going to handle that. Because like trying to make text legible on top of crystals, which might be very crumbly and just kind of faceted, is going to be not easy. So it's also not centered well, is it? What's going on? It looks okay. Like, should it be a sheet of crystalline? It's a lot flatter. would it be beneficial if it was more like running along the bottom of the words and the words are like sitting on top of it, right? Maybe that would work. I kind of want it to be almost like amber, where it's like this big kind of smoother flat. Ooh, maybe that's the way to do it, where it's like just like a big cut or kind of like clean flat surface, and then it's like the word is embedded inside of it, and like maybe the outer edges have like more of that kind of facets growing off of it, but like the core of it is like kind of more cohesive and structured. And it's almost like a big like gem has been like plugged into the top of this device. That could be the way to go. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, watermelon tourmaline. That sounds cool. Ooh, that's pretty. I mean, it is very beautiful. And I'm looking at what's going on, and I'm like, do I want to add that much more chaos? Because it's like, I'm just moving you. Legs are falling asleep, and I like shifted Charlie, and she just like hissed at me. How dare I adjust you to make you more comfortable because you're also slipping. All right. As much as I like the look of the watermelon tourmaline, I also think that it's out of the crystal possibilities, not necessarily the most MouseHunt currently. Although I would argue it absolutely is something we would throw in anywhere. So it does work. But for the sake of trying to make my life working on this feasible, I'm going to come back to all this, and that might be what I go with. Who knows? But for now, I'm going to throw in the plants because I really need to get that in to kind of like even understand what I'm trying to balance against. So let's just kind of plop some plants. You know how it goes. Plop some plants in here. Okay, so some kind of like air roots or something kind of coming off of that. Get like a nice big leaf here. Kind of stretch well, not stretched out, but just kind of like flopping out over this panel here. And just gonna get more vines and growth and stuff. Just kind of filling in that space. So let's see. I think that we'll be able to balance this. It's like a lot. I think we'll be able to. Surely. Surely it's possible. Embedded. Yeah. Yeah. That is a good word for what I think that should do. Let's see. I think this goes up too high. Maybe that just needs to be flat. Cool. I don't know where I want these vines to like come from and go to, I guess. Should they just kind of like fill in most of this, probably? Just like leaves and stems and roots and stuff. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think just kind of filling in most of it makes sense. When you have a full kind of plant, it's not like, you know, if it's like almost like a bush of a plant, you're not going to be seeing a lot of the kind of ground below. So let's just kind of block it mostly in. Have like a little bit peeking through here and there. Closer to the bottom makes sense that you could see through. Cool. Yeah, up near the top, basically none of the ground is gonna show through. That's fine. I'll just kind of create some textural depth later on the actual kind of plant matter here. Cool. Okay. Move ahead from that. So, well, actually, I'm just gonna quickly give it just a little bit of focus, I guess. So, like the top of that, some of these. Just so there's a little bit of hierarchy at play here. But yeah, like I don't think this should all just be one flat green kind of color, right? I think we could get more kind of variety in the actual like leave color, the stems and stuff, and like deeper down instead of just like treating it all as one exactly uniform kind of like material. It's much more organic than that. Okay. There's enough there to kind of like be like, okay, I get the plant, I get it. Gotta have like the swirls, you know. Gotta have the swirls. Okay, so yeah, I think more of like a clean cut crystal for the actual Hunter's journal text, because like I just don't see it being like crystal cavern kind of level of facets. I mean, maybe it could. It just is a lot harder to make work. But I kind of like it. I like the idea of there being like this really textured kind of like growing crystal, but I think I'm still going to kind of capture that quality down on the bottom left here, or even a little here. So yeah, I'll do that way. One thing I want to do also is, it's going to be very off for it, but I want to actually like keep an eye on the value structure. Soon is when I'll want to kind of like transition into focusing on that more than the color. I think right now I'm still just kind of blocking in everything, but like that's going to be super important to like making it read, is like how good is that value structure, you know, is it clear? And right now it doesn't resonate very effectively. So for example, I think that the crystal at the top should be bright so that the text can be dark, read nicely, and the metal itself will be kind of like a nice middle ground, and then there can be nice kind of darker elements. And so when we look at the bottom part, it's going to be, the metal will almost be the brighter parts of it, except maybe some like bursts of magic, and like the rift clouds and stuff like that. But then yeah, like the pool of water and even that central crystal being darker will look neat. But the top will be lighter feeling. And I kind of want this like darker gradient on the outsides coming inwards to the middle where it's a little brighter overall. And there's just kind of like this hierarchy. So hopefully that will work and translate across. Yeah, let's try for something like that. So I might even just kind of like kick it off where I'm just not even looking at colors at all, and I'm just going to grab a brightness layer and be like, hey, all this kind of like rock and stuff at the bottom, I'm just going to kind of do this to it and that to it. Like that. Yeah. And then kind of like can erase back where I want maybe more light to be kind of hitting some of the surface of it. So maybe something as such. Let's see how that, yeah, so that's fine. And then the actual metal here, this one's going to be really important to kind of like get that going. So, but like same thing, I'm going to just kind of darken it from the outsides and have it kind of lighter on the inside. And we'll just like really gently buff this back. Right. And let's see. So something like that. I think I'll saturate it up a little bit in some spots, but that'll be more selective, I think. But now that we have a little bit of that gradient, we have a little more kind of like the shadow potential of stuff. I'm actually gonna come in and just kind of like drop some parts of it back, right? So like that. Like that. And like what's interesting is I don't necessarily need to keep the kind of like color that I've got going. Like let's say we want to go kind of like more purpley for this kind of like metal portion, or like gray or green, right? Because the layer that I was just kind of messing around with is just a brightness layer. It's only impacting kind of like the whites and blacks in that color itself. So I'll keep the color where it is though. And I'm going to hit it with more kind of like highlights and shadows, and that will bring it that material pop. But yeah, that's not bad. Am I in? Oh, you know what? I am in reverse, aren't I? Because like, yep, that's right. So I have a new camera. I got a new camera yesterday, and let's see. Good eye. Where is the camera? That's not it. Okay, well. Oh, wait. There it is. Can I flip you? Configure video. Pan? Would it be pan? It does nothing. Okay, cool. I'll have to mess with that. Yeah, I'm supposed to be able to like configure video from inside OBS, but it doesn't seem to. Flip. Invert polarity. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, well, I'll mess with that later. Doesn't matter. Yeah, me in a parallel universe, that's right. Let's see. So the gradients and stuff, that is nice. I think that helps. I'm going to just kind of take this blue into more of a watery blue. And just kind of lighten up some of that. What's up, Charlie? Hello. You come to curse me again with your floofy butt? Make me all sniffly. Thanks to it being wintertime, the cats are more obsessed with sitting on my lap, which is good and bad. Something that I really enjoy and appreciate, but also they always seem to like be like, lap time, literally as I'm like thinking of getting up to like go do something. Every time I'm about to get up, they're like, ooh, lap time. And then also like they'll just hang out long enough to make your legs like fall asleep. So that too. And in Charlie's case, she'll just try to get all of her like limbs just hanging off of you so that she'll fall, and or get like her soft fur stuck up in your nose. Good times. All right. Let's see. That'll do for now. Come back to that. I'm probably gonna add the bubbles and like the gear and the droid and stuff. Oh yeah. They absolutely operate on the Murphy's Law level of reality. Just what is it like the probability of this thing, you know? Like how can I make it go wrong? If human could be getting up, that is when I will try to get on lap. That's so true. They do that. You're right, Diamond. All day, that's like they're plotting and planning. It's a very good point. Oop. It's like their role in life, you know? How can I do this? What is the most subtle way to be a butt, but also like be still, you know, rewarded with scritches and scratches for being cute. But what if I just step on your keyboard in an adorable way? I think I need to deal with these crystals up at the top. Feels like it's getting around that time that I need to figure that out to move on. A few other things that I will be fine kind of working on and just pushing further. I definitely want to add these runes back in as well. Very good. Very good. Very paranoid about all that procrastination, yes. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So, major components that will affect the look of this overall. Still gotta get the clouds, the crystal shape and color, and then just kind of like getting the shadows and highlights and magical glow, magical glow, magical glow. That does need to be brought in. And once I have kind of like all those elements, then I can start to push and pull into something cohesive, hopefully. We'll see. Give it a save. And a flip. Okay. All right, let's try tackling this crystal again. I'm going to copy this just in case I decide to go back to it. But try kind of dealing with this as just a silhouette. So I think I'll get a better crystal quality if I do that. Okay, so that looks more actually like a crystal over here at least. So that is good. Sure, I think that's fine. Do I want to do it on the opposite side? Like, should it all be kind of growing like that? But then, like, I don't know, maybe it could just kind of have a couple of, just a few here and there. Might be good enough to kind of like still make it look really kind of like a clean, uniform, for the most part, crystal growth, but then just a little bit of impurities here and there to kind of like nucleate new growth. Something like that. Yeah, I think just a little more kind of calm and subtle might be cool looking. And then I kind of like the idea of it being amber colors with all that. That might work well, actually. Cool. Okay. I do need it to kind of like get lower down here just so that the J has a little more resting space. It's like, or do I just kind of drop the whole thing lower in general? I think maybe that's the way to go. Like that. Too much? Perhaps. Quite likely, in fact. Raise that up a bit. I can still have kind of like a little bit of that. Okay. Maybe good? Maybe. Okay, let's try just kind of that. And if I do the text, sort of like that, that could look nice. Ooh, triangle brush. Perfect excuse. Bigger particles. Not good color range for this. If I do a new hue layer. Yeah, no. Okay, maybe not triangle brush after all. I tried. Okay. Maybe something like that. Just, it's not quite the amber quality that I think it could get to, but I'll stick with that for now, I think. Maybe just kind of pull it back a bit. Yeah. Oh no, clay. Thank you, Diamond. Thank you. Yeah, like, I want it to be bright and fun and cheery colors and not septic system. Definitely don't want it to look like that. Okay. I think I'll do the Rift Clouds, then Magic. And honestly, like the whole metal, I don't think that's going to be the color it's at right now. Alright, I'm going to grab a little thing of water real quick, actually. BRB. I'm back. All right, so I've got some bubbly. I think I want to get the runes in here too, actually. I feel like it's missing that. Don't know why, but it adds a lot. Just like those levels of texture, I think really help it. The detail. But it'll get that, so I'm not too worried about it. That's weird, is like my mind's always kind of like jumping around all the time. And there's this whole big drama thing happening in the D&D universe. Not the actual like universe of that, but more like the actual Wizards of the Coast company have done some very dumb things, and they're receiving their just ends for being a greedy corp. So it's kind of on my mind. I know it's not like the space to like gossip about that kind of stuff, but yeah, it's been playing on like living rent free in my brain right now. So if anyone else knows what's going on in that space, it's something. That's all I'll say about that, I guess. Yeah, big companies being like, we have power and want to be greedy, so we're gonna abuse our clients and community. Not good. Not okay. Do not accept. Your community is literally what makes you anything. And so they're the most important thing. And if you think you can take advantage of them, you're just an idiot and a bad guy. So it's funny too, because like the people that they're trying to take advantage of with like legal trickery are literally the kind of people that have like tomes of rules that they love to read in fine detail and debate over. And it's like, I don't think you can pull the wool over the eyes of these people who are going to read your contracts very carefully. Yeah. It's something. Yeah, I don't know, like it's this thing that keeps happening. Like, I guess I shouldn't be surprised when like powerful megacorps that are like at the top of their game are like, you can't stop us. We'll do the thing that we want, and you'll just have to accept it. Nope. And it's sad too, because like some of the like cool brands, I guess you could say, that I used to always look up to and wanted to kind of like aspire to be a part of, they kind of all fall by that. And, yep, I don't know, like a, well, I don't know. Yeah, it is what it is, but it shouldn't be. Darkest timeline. Yep. Yeah. So, oh yeah, second edition. Nice. I think my favorite was like third edition probably, or 3.5, but fifth is good. But yeah, so basically they've had this clause where their like Dungeons and Dragons source material has been open for people to just kind of like build off of and collaborate, and that's why there's so much cool content that exists in the D&D universe, right? Like it's an absolutely massive IP that like so many cool systems and stories and campaigns and like streaming platforms and like all games, all kinds of stuff has grown out of this. And like the contract that they created in that space was designed to be just kind of like, hey, you, our community, are open and welcome to using these parts of this universe as you see, and you kind of like have the rights to do that. And like it's one thing to kind of like build up an IP and be like, hey, you know what, like copyright, that is what most kind of, you know, games and stuff do, right? And it makes sense, right? But like it has been a thing forever that's very intentionally open to the community to use in that way. And so basically what they've tried to do is take full control, make it so they can like basically, you know, like own what you create in that, like, and take royalties from you, change the contract anytime they want. And they had like, here is this new clause, and you have a single week to sign it, and or you can't keep doing what you do. Like there's entire like, you know, like small companies that are running off of this open concept, and suddenly they were like given a letter of like, hey, you have to agree with this, where like everything is going to go wrong. Like all of the things that you thought this was is now revoked, even though the agreement has always been that this will never be revoked and it can't be. And that's kind of like the gist of it, is like basically it's punishing all the cool, you know, people who build up the content that people love and make it awesome. And most of the people affected by it would be effectively destroyed in terms of being able to kind of produce what they do currently, because like the royalty is like a quarter before things come out of it, you know. So like most projects would be unprofitable in that space. And just like, yeah, like the just the brutal kind of, you know, like, yeah, we have all the rights to just everything now, and you don't, and all that jazz. And just it's just not honoring what it was, and it's gross to do that way. Like it's one thing to kind of like want to update the contract to be like, hey, you know what, like we're worried that there's going to be you know, because it's a big IP and anyone can kind of build into it, we're worried that there could be like hate stuff, and we want the rights to be able to say, hey, you can't use our universe to create hate and like, you know, that kind of stuff. And it's like, I get that, but it was like, that's kind of how they're trying to spin it right now, because they've gotten massive backlash, because basically everyone that's interested in that unit, like in that space and creates in that space, are panicked, and very scared about their futures and what that means. So there's been a big campaign of like, hey, uh, don't let them do this. Talk back, and take it back, and that's what's happening. So they're trying to uh, fix by like saying, oh, we didn't mean it that way, and this is what we meant, even though it's not the case. If you read what actually was given to people, it's very clear what the intention was. But yeah, anyways. Yeah. That's awesome. Playing since 1982. Yeah. Oh yeah, the TSR days. I I never got to try second. I wish I did. I mean, I suppose that's still possible. There's probably PDFs to find. Um, but yeah, I really wanted to try, and I tried to run something, but like I just couldn't get kind of like a group going for it. Where it was more like really old school kind of rules, where it's just like, oh yeah, like your character, you're gonna start at level 1, and if you survive, then like wow, good job. Like, and it's all about kind of like grab loot and get out with it, and that's kind of like how you level up and stuff, as opposed to kind of like the current versions, which is a good experience and better for stories and stuff. But this more kind of like the arcadey, um, just kind of like knock down a dungeon door, take loot, get out alive, and you had to like actually carry treasure by weight and stuff. It seemed like an interesting concept that I never had a chance to play it. So I was curious as to like what that experience is like, because it seems something like I would enjoy, because I love roguelikes and stuff like that, where it's like, oh, you will be destroyed, and it's kind of like how far can you go getting away with stuff before you know the doom catches up with you, kind of thing. And but yeah, not everyone wants to play in that space, and I totally respect that that's the case, because it's definitely not everyone's cup of tea, but it could be fun. Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'll look into second edition books somewhere. Okay. All right, I wanted to get the clouds. That's right. Let's get the clouds. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to spiel because that was on my mind. And I was just like, I don't know. I feel like I gotta just put it out there. How frustrating it is to hear that that's going on. Um, but there's some interesting shakeups happening with that whole space too now. Like basically, Paizo, the group that makes Pathfinder, kind of dropped a big drop kick actually on Wizards, and basically kind of stayed like, because they Pathfinder kind of came out of Dungeons and Dragons, right? Um, and it was very much built off of their source for the first edition, but then second edition of Pathfinder they actually kind of like rebuilt so that it was not actually relying on anything from the source material. Um, However, Pathfinder is still just out of kind of just being a part of that community, and for the sake of their players being able to kind of like use the same open game license for the stuff that Pathfinder put out, so that they can kind of like do the same thing and like build their own their own content and share it legally. They included that open game license. And so it's interesting because like a lot of the people that are at Paizo came from the dungeon or the Wizards of the Coast kind of like Dungeons and Dragons kind of space. A number of them, in fact, actually helped write up, or they were in the room literally when they created that open game license. So when they saw that this is what Wizards is doing, they're like, that is not legally binding. That is not at all what that contract was about, and you can't rescind that. That is literally like what the contract was built to prevent. So we're going to take you to court for that. And by the way, we're dropping that license from our stuff and cutting ties with you guys. We don't need them anymore, but we kept them going because out of respect, but now you've lost that. And so yeah, they're basically building a lawsuit against them because they shouldn't be allowed to do what they're doing. And then it's interesting, and like they're building a new kind of open game license type license thing called Orc, which is a great name. But the idea behind that is it's going to be that kind of like, yeah, stuff built in here is designed to be open to the community and like do the same thing, like build third-party materials, build off it, make it bigger, make it more awesome. But also, we aren't going to own this contract. No one that's a part of it is going to own this license. We're going to find, a third party that is good at kind of like controlling these open source licenses and have them, own it. And we're also going to make it like bulletproof so that like no future party can come in and decide to like try and change it and make it so that, now we're going to kind of take over and own everything in this space. So all I can say is good for that. And yeah, so I'm probably going to look into picking up some Pathfinder stuff, to be honest, because I can get behind what they're trying to do for the community. So, yep, there's that. All right, so we got some mist clouds, rift mist. Looks like it's kind of coming out of its armpit here. Don't know if I want that look, but pardon me. Yeah, exactly. It was really based off of 3.5. Yeah. Yeah, fourth was weird. It was like the video game version of it. Like, I get it, and I liked the concept, but it wasn't, especially having played a lot of 3.5, where it's like super more than 5th edition, kind of like the concept of, you can really just kind of like narratively make things happen and just roll with that. There's a lot more like stats and math and stuff, which I was down with, but like 5th cleaned that up, made it way smoother. But yeah, like 4th you required kind of like a tactical mat to really play, which I like. I like that kind of gaming, but yeah, it was very far from what 3.5 was. And yeah, I can imagine a lot of people would have tried to like gone to Pathfinder because it's literally just like, oh, this is what you were playing, only it's a little more expanded. I want to try Starfinder actually, because I do love me some sci-fi goodness. I used to play Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader and stuff. That was fun. Grim dark space opera kind of tier stuff, right? Rifts RPG, like, is it? There was like that. No, it's probably not that. There was a like an actual like MMO called Rifts. I don't think it's tied to that though. But yeah, sci-fi, good times. There's one that I really want to try, just as like a one shot. I think it's called Lasers and Feelings. It's like a single page kind of like rule set, and I love those designs where it's like such a simple set of rules. You can print it on a single page and figure it out from that. But yeah, I think it's lasers and feelings or something like that. Um, yeah, that one looks like it'd be really quite a fun one. I've watched some people playing it and it's good. Something about like, I mean, I'm someone who just like loves to find and recognize when there is just like clean and good systems at play where you can get so much depth out of something that is just simple. Uh, Part of my kind of MouseHunt philosophy in terms of game design nowadays. I've grown a lot with that. Wrong layer. Nope, right layer. What's going on? Oh, I know. There. Okay. Yeah. So the clouds, I think I'll make them slightly translucent. Yeah. Do the rocks need to interact more with this? They probably do. Is the gear stuff inside of the water as well? That could be a thing. It could be inside the water tank. But like going back to the whole kind of just drama, it's really lovely to actually witness the whole community like really banding together, um, and just like everyone's vocal and kind of like you know fighting for it, and it's awesome. I love to see it. Uh, and it's definitely making them notice. Like they had to put out a statement of like, we hear you and we're changing things, but it's very sad because it's very much like, oh, we didn't, we weren't the ones at fault, kind of like those apologies. Yeah, it's silly. Like, you guys read it wrong. No. Trying to save face. Silly. Yeah. They gotta take responsibility for trying to dupe people like that in an abusive way. Needs to be consequences for that. And there are. A lot of people have canceled subscriptions, and like I deleted my account with them. It's gone. Because yeah, when you do that, you're not going to win my trust back after something like that. Like the reality is like I know that there is so many awesome, incredible, supportive people that are in that like company building cool things, and I want to support them. But like, I don't know. It's like, how do you do that well? Is kind of like a question that I have. Like when there's like this kind of powerful entity, and they make this thing, but then they like start to hurt the community that it's built up with that thing, and then that like you want to support most of it, but it's like the bottom feeders at the top that are kind of ruining everything, and how do you kind of like make them understand that they shouldn't be doing that, and it hurts everybody including their employees, like the people working in that space, like they're gonna like what does that do to their morale, like how would you feel working in that space? I wouldn't be able to stand for it, right? Like, I would just, it'd be sad, but you'd have to just buy. Couldn't do that. So it's like I want to support the people that are a part of something that makes something so cool, but also you need to like somehow change it. I don't know. It's complicated. I don't know why, but I wanted the crystal kind of stuff to kind of just poke out in there. Don't know if that's gonna work. Maybe it will. Like, what if it's kind of like just like boop, a little bit here. Maybe that. So this is an interesting challenge, this one, you guys. I knew it would be. I knew it would be. Like, I was kind of going in and I'm like, okay, it's not going to be just like a simple birthday cake or something. I know that. I didn't expect it to be trying to just kind of put every weird kind of element in one. And it's so far from how far I want to take this. Like, I want it to do everything, but like, I don't know how that'll be possible. But yeah, I'm feeling like I'm not going to get this done today. It's 4 o'clock. But I want to like get it. I think I can kind of like get a few more elements in the right space and make it kind of like close enough that it's like I see where it's going. It's not there yet for me is the problem. It's like it doesn't quite resonate yet. But I'm excited for it to do that. Like, I really like how ridiculous this is becoming. I do, okay, when I think I really want to get in here because it's so important, and if I don't put it in, then I'll be like kicking myself, is the actual like XV15. It's got to be in here. Yeah, it does have like that kind of, yeah, Hollow Heights kind of just, what is it? Right? Like, I need to get some more kind of like labyrinthian kind of patterning. I think I'm actually going to add in some kind of patterning like that, to be honest. But yeah, again, I don't want it to like resonate with a location so much as just kind of like an essence, but not like a living garden essence, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it does resonate with Hollow Heights, I think that's pretty okay. But hopefully it's more. I think it is. I think it's got a lot of different concepts kind of ping-ponging around in here. Charlie just like stretched and let out a murple. She's so cute sometimes. All right, so knock that back a little bit. Don't need it to be quite so contrasty. Although I do want it to read, and it's kind of not. Yeah, it's a little bit noise polluty. Okay, how do I deal with that? Like, that's cleaner as the thing. Do I just kind of drop the opacity on that? That's better. Yeah, maybe it's that. And then kind of bring a little bit more of this saturation here. Okay, that looks a little calmer. Okay. I almost wonder if I should just shrink it down a bit too. It's kind of big. Although, can I do that now? Yeah. I think merge that, and just kind of clean some of these edges just a smidge because they're a little bit chaotic. Yeah, I mean, I wonder. Like, I think Hollow Heights has like just a lot going on is part of it. So, I mean, honestly, if there was one one region to kind of capture so much of what I love, like think of the MouseHunt universe, I would say that Hollow Heights is kind of the region to do that, right? So I suppose there is that. But yeah, like I think with like the rift and the kind of like the water orb and stuff like that, I think that kind of, you know, yep, 15, yeah. It should have just been like the white nose. It's just like that's the journal theme. It's just the white mouse, the very first mouse, in all of its marker outlined, scanned in at like 3000 DPI glory, and rendered just atrociously. That's what. Ooh. Should I put the white mouse in here? Just plop the white mouse in the water. Maybe that's a little more on the kind of morbid side, because the droid is fine. It can last in the water. It's fine. They're watertight, right? No issue. I don't think the white mouse can has water breathing so much. Derp shark. Also a good option. Also a good option. Yeah, I'm thinking Okay, it's past 4. I got a little bit of steam, but like I'm wondering at what point am I going to reach that threshold of like, okay, I've been kind of looking at this for too long and I'm not kind of like going to be doing it as much justice because I'm kind of like running out of that juice. I don't think I'm there yet. Like, I think I can keep going for a little bit still, so we're good. But yeah, I feel like we're getting close to that threshold that like it would be ideal to not push myself in order to get the best out of this that we can. But also, like, I really want to do this on stream because I think it just is something I want to create with you all, right? Like it is for you, and I want it to like represent what you also kind of imagine it should look like. Like, why is that? Mumbling to myself. That's why. Okay. I just wanted to like clean that edge. It's just very wobbly. Nice. Okay. I want to knock the clouds back a smidge. I think I'll merge these together as well because they won't overlap well if I don't. I want to add in the runes, maybe cobblestone texture. I think I'll do a little drop. Okay, that might help. Is like putting some drop shadow from this crystal casting over the like plating material, and then yeah, I think just kind of like building up some of the detail. I don't have the magic really going in here though. Like I need to get that like glow, the magic. The water I'm not really happy with yet. I think a way to make that look best would be to kind of have the like the lens effect and having kind of like silhouettes of stuff kind of behind and a bit foggy, with like some detailed bubbles and stuff. I think that also like I almost want like almost like an environmental kind of lighting haze through the whole thing if possible. Yeah. That punch of green is a lot. I'm trying to think of how I can kind of like balance that better. Maybe if I get more yellow into the Hunter Journal facet, and then like bring more of that kind of earthy color into the vines. I think that would help. So I'm actually going to jump over to that and just kind of get a little more earth. It's like a noise coming from my door. Okay. So maybe a little more of that. And then for the crystalline structure, kind of like go a little more. Turn off the sketch so I can kind of like make up stuff. More saturated. Maybe that. Maybe not. Good for now. Okay, but I do want this to kind of be sticking out, I guess? Does that work? Maybe kinda does and doesn't. Not exactly right. Like, why does it make sense that it's kind of overlapping? It kind of makes sense that it's maybe only popping out in those few spots. Otherwise, the plate itself is kind of sticking out, right? It's a challenge. Okay. I think also the shadow is wrong for it. It needs to be kind of like more, just kind of a rich color. It's like refracting the light. It's not actually like a core shadow that it would be casting. It's just kind of so something like that maybe. Like part of it will also be like I need to just kind of figure out what the final kind of texture material color of this is going to be, and I need other things to be resolved to decide that. I think I'm going to work on those runes because I really want them back. Is there actually anything cryptic hidden in the game with a really stupid origin? Like, actually, my cat sat on the keyboard, but the result just worked. Oh, there's gotta be. Oh, man. Nothing comes to my head right now, but I definitely think that that is something somewhere for sure. I'll have to think about that. I like it though. I'll just do a new layer for this, just in case I want to change it all. Runes. Actually, I like how much that does for this for whatever reason. Like it just feels like it adds something that balances it. So I'm actually gonna let's use a little more texture. And just kind of knock some of that back and kind of fade it out. I'm gonna like age it a little. Ancientify it. I do think that, okay, maybe if I like brought the metal out on the main kind of like plating the body of this, because I do think that that's pretty critical for how this is gonna look. So let's see. I think I do want to get kind of more of that like brass kind of color anyways, and that probably changes how this big kind of crystal at the top with Hunter's Journal text is going to look. The BT-16 spider droid. I should try putting my cat on the keyboard more. It's only when you don't want them on the keyboard that they'll go on the keyboard, is the reality of the situation. That is how it works. Okay, so I take not that. I don't think I even need this sketch currently. There's a few details that I think I might want to scribe onto it still. But for now, I'll turn that off, and let's just kind of go more saturated. And then the top. So trying to think of like how I want to catch the light on this. Depending on how I do it, I could make it feel more metallic or not, and I want to definitely make it more metallic, I think. Don't listen to him. He's got cats on his keyboard. Makes no sense, that lad. Yeah, I think I'm reaching that point. Let's see. I think I need to brighten it up. Oh, I got double lap cat going on here. All right. Yeah. Brightening that up might be good. I think I want almost like the sandblasted metal look for it. That might be the color I'm looking for. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think the brighter is better. Ika is in a mood. I don't know if you can hear that, but she's like wanting to do her cardboard crafting and just make a lot of noise, jumping around on surfaces that are loud. It's not even close to dinner. It's normally her like getting excited about mealtime. She'll kind of run around and get all zoomy and scratch up everything. Yep, she's got the zoomies. Yep, midday zoomies. As it goes. It's good though. Both my cats are just like, I'll just burn off my energy when I want to. Like, you don't need to find toys to occupy me. I'll just run around and jump off of surfaces as much as I need. Yeah, I think that's a little more interesting with that color. Cool. Yeah, I think putting your character in the bubble there would be fun. I'll probably like wrap it better. I think that, well, I mean, actually, with the kind of like whatever is silhouetted in there, maybe that's something I need to add as well right now. That might help it. Yeah. Make it look like it's just kind of chilling out underwater. That's kind of fun. Full detail of a droid. All right. I think I want the rock to go behind the water more. It's quite the contrast there, but I think maybe that needs to be brought in elsewhere. Yeah, and then I think the header journal title can go brighter now. I need like a triad of values is the thing. So let's see. Yeah, maybe something like that. That might actually be closer to what I think it should be now. That might. Just like a really good internal glow, you know? Give that a save. Get some of that kind of light blooming off of it, and then kind of obscuring the plants a little. The text, if I knock that back, will look better too. So kind of like a little more subtle, but also less kind of noise directly behind. Like something like that is kind of getting close. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good, but also I feel like I might have hit that point with the stream where I need to like step back and look at it with fresh eyes. So I think I'm gonna wrap it here, but we'll watch, because I forgot to last time and I want to make sure I do this consistently. We will, for anyone watching kind of just later, we're going to watch the time lapse together and wrap up. But yeah, I think that's about it for today. But I hope you've all enjoyed today's creation, or the beginning of it, for the 15-year anniversary of the game. Very impressive. So we're working on a journal theme that kind of just captures a lot of kind of weird, just MouseHunt textures, at least the way that I see it. Just kind of like is a slice of MouseHunt, if you will. Not trying to emulate any particular regions or you know, parts of the game, but more so just kind of like, here's things that feel unique that I want to kind of just like hodgepodge mash together into a pile and say, here's a design. And yeah, so hopefully this will be kind of cool when it's fully complete. I think it's getting there. It's been a bit of a struggle, but I'm excited to see what will happen with it. I think it will come together. I'm still not like, oh, it's there, but it's getting there. So, yeah, it might take another day. That's the thing. But yeah, I think it'll be worth it though. I think it'll be a cool one. I hope people like it. I know it's not gonna say anything about birthday or anything in it, but I don't know. I don't think they all have to be birthday cakes and balloons. And if this one just kind of resonates with other hunters in terms of kind of like, yeah, that feels like a MouseHunt adventure right there in a theme, then I'm happy. So, yeah. Trying to capture this idea. I'm sure there's a million ways to do it, but yeah, this one maybe is kind of correct for it being MouseHunt. It's just a wild, weird universe and project that has just been ever evolving and just kind of like stacking up more and more kind of, you know, of whatever it is. So here's just kind of like a good, healthy, like packet of spices all bundled up for you and ready to go. So there you have it. But yeah, like I still have a lot of things I want to add to it. Like I definitely want to create like that magical kind of element, kind of just dancing around in it. I want to get more atmosphere, more light, and yeah, just render it out to kind of like the extent that I think I can get it. and just have fun with it. So we'll see what it looks like. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, but like thank you for kind of just being a part of this creation with me, and helping to kind of bring it somewhere and give ideas. Um, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And that was that. All right. Well, I'm gonna I'm gonna head out. But thank you all for hanging out with me. It was a pleasure as always, and I appreciate you being here and spending time and checking out and being a part of creating. It's always cool. So I shall catch you probably in 2 weeks' time. I'm not sure what we'll be working on then, but I look forward to it, and happy hunting, everyone. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll catch you later. Bye!